Alright guys, hello. My name is Hakan Kamar. I just graduated from a game development school in the Netherlands, so I'm certified to call myself a game artist, although the title doesn't mean much. So y'all are tuned to watch me create the Gatekeeper from the Shivering Isles DLC. And first of all, I'd like to say that my mic volume could be a little what's the word? Not loud, soft. So I apologize for that. I just have a really shitty mic. I'll try to raise my voice so it'll be more easy for you guys to hear me. So first things first is we're gonna take a look at what we're gonna make actually. I don't like to neglect the studying part of making a model, which is actually one of the most important parts, because you have to get a firm plan in your head before you start production. Otherwise you might do something in the beginning that'll be a total waste of time later in production. The president, I'm from the Netherlands, where I was born, where I'm from. But yeah, so as you can see, I have some anatomy pictures, some very simple ones, because this thing is super deformed and like fucked up, that the anatomy doesn't have to be exactly correct in the beginning. It just has to be there, not like, oh, this has to be perfect at first and then we can fuck them up. No, this is just some basic pictures. So yeah, as you can see, this thing is like a golem made of flesh of its victims or something, and the thing actually is like, we want to get as close as possible to giving kind of like this kind of feel, like we want to still capture that Shivering Isles feel in the beginning that the player gets, but we also want to create something unique. And I think that's kind of like the hardest part of this process, going to be like making something unique but memorable. First of all, I'm just gonna like take a look at these. These are from the Elder Scrolls Online, actually. In the lore, it says that the Gatekeeper is actually like a flesh golem, and although this isn't exactly the Gatekeeper in the Elder Scrolls Online, this is actually the same kind as the Gatekeeper in the Shivering Isles. Well, but the program, Bromora, the program that I'm well, actually, I do very little modeling for organic stuff. I mostly keep it in ZBrush because it's so flexible. It's what I feel the most comfortable with. So as of now, I'm just looking at the pictures, trying to get something like a process in mind. I think I'm just going to make as it is, not exactly, but only the fleshy parts and the hard surface or the hard parts we'll get into later. Yeah. Luckily, I can use the base mesh from Oblivion. Well, actually, I have to use the base mesh because we can't change the. I don't know if we can change the skeleton, but it won't be so productive. I think I'll just start from the base in Oblivion and totally revamp that. So yeah, as you can see, this guy is like sewn together. Yeah, and hopefully this whole process will be documented and at a later date posted on YouTube, so you guys can all watch it later. I'm actually very curious. Are there like people who want to get into modding, or are you guys just watching because you're Elder Scrolls fans? It's actually pretty interesting to know, so I can know how deep in the technical stuff I have to get. But yeah, so let's start with Max. Let me just start it up and I'll switch the screen over. Great, guys. So this should be Max. Let me just import. Let me see. Oh yeah, Skyblivion, where are you? There you are. So this is actually great because now I have like this startup guy. Quickly configure the viewports. I don't know, for some reason. Oh yeah, I have it there. That's strange. Yeah. Quickly assign a different material. Yeah, alright. So as you can see, this because Oblivion is so old, you can really see how low poly it is, and that's actually something I want to get away with. Just stay as far as possible from the low poly stuff and actually make it beautiful. So yeah, these parts are like all the organic stuff, and also this hand. The reason why this hand isn't connected to this arm topology wise is actually, but it doesn't have to be. People are never going to see what's underneath this, so you can just leave it blank and save your computer some processing power. The end goal of this stream is hopefully get something like a base from just a base and like base in ZBrush, and kind of like a further idea of how far I can go with this. Because well, it's also something like how good can I make this in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, I could spend like a month on this and make it as good as possible, but we don't have a month time, so I have to pace myself about what's possible and what not. So first of all, let's just export this as a whole as an OBJ. In ZBrush there is a FBX importer, but it messes the scale. But I don't like to use the FBX importer in ZBrush. The poly limit I'm aiming for, well, I get that question all the time, like about the poly count on my objects, but because if you just start modding, everyone is like limit the poly count, limit the poly count. But I don't believe that. I'm not saying that I'm going to go super crazy with the poly count, but excuse me, poly count is something that can easily be fixed with like loading and stuff. Gatekeeper reference. I also like to keep everything neat and well named, because after a while the file management is something that's like super important. Alright, so now we did like we looked at all of this stuff. I can actually see that like alright. I'm not bothered with exporting these guys separately, because I can do that easily in ZBrush. Alright, I'll lower the music just a tiny bit. I think I have the music now, but yeah, you can I'm guessing my voice is more important than the music. But so now that we have this guy exported, we can Oh wait, let me actually check if does he have UVs? I use Max specifically for this project, but mainly I use Maya because that's kind of like the industry standard around here. So I like started in Maya a few months ago. So yeah, I know that this guy has UVs, so that might be useful later. Not saying that I'm going to do something with it, but for people who don't know what UVs are just like if I stretch this guy out and just take his skin off and peel it on the ground, this is kind of like what it would look like. Like you put this on like a like paper mache, and that's actually the skin that he wears. It's basically your skin. Alright, so go into ZBrush, import this guy. Animations for him, I think they're going to be used from Oblivion, but I think they're going to be like updated so it doesn't feel so old. As you can see, I got this guy in ZBrush now. Not a whole lot to talk about now, actually. Just want to change the material because the base material in ZBrush is very unforgiving. What I mean with unforgiving is it shades the smallest amount of detail. Oh shit, my roommates are cleaning the house, so if you guys hear something like a vacuum cleaner, please tell me. I'll make sure to do something about it. Right, so let me just adjust my Cintiq. Get a pen in my hand. Right, so let's just separate these guys. Split hidden. Basically getting this all organized, so working on it will be much easier. I think, yeah, because this guy wears pants like here, this is like a perfect spot to like symmetry it out, so we can have more texture space on the legs, because the legs aren't as important as the upper body. And like using symmetry and using the same UVs will make the resolution on the legs double as high, because you're giving one leg the UV space instead of two legs. So yeah, first of all, I like to get rid of these of the topology we have right now. It isn't, I can subdivide it, but as you can see, it gets this super weird effect. I wouldn't like. How long does creating something like this take? Yeah, exactly as admin bot said, could be a week. It could be years if you're like super into it. But I'd like to shake the hand of the guy who's like who can keep this up for a year on one project. But yeah, this is actually the first problem I spot, and that's like this guy isn't centered. As you can see, if I press X, it turns on symmetry, but the symmetry line is something around here. We don't want that. Make my life a lot easier, we're going to reset the position of this guy. So now this guy is centered, and yeah, as you can see, his nose is all fucked up. Not fucked up enough though. I think I'm like going to like really fuck him up. I still like to retain the body shape because I like how muscular he looks. He's like a strong man. He doesn't have huge muscle definitions, but he is like a buff guy. You wouldn't want to fight him. It's also, yeah, well, I want to reset his armor, but does it? No. I think I have to manually position this, which isn't a problem because we're going to redo the armor anyway. Yeah, like this. Are there actually people in chat that use ZBrush? Anyone? Any fans? So let's just hide this armory part because yeah, it's not necessary now. There is something I could do. I could like dynamesh this, but dynameshing this, well, let me just show it. Oh, first of all, save. You wouldn't want crashing and losing all your work. So let's just dynamesh this and see how the resolution is. Yeah, as you can see like vertical and horizontal lines. And what dynamesh basically does is it projects kind of like a raster onto this from the x-axis and the y-axis. Yeah, a tablet is a must. It's like drawing in Photoshop with a mouse. It's not it's doable, but it's not something like it's not something not something good. You're kind of like wasting your time. If you just get a tablet and invest all your time to painting in the tablet, on the tablet, with the tablet, then I think you'll get miles further than using a mouse. Yeah, so let's not dynamesh this because you get like this super weird artifacts. But it's not actually weird. As I said, it projects a raster onto this, and this is too close to each other, so it closes that. So I think the way to go is actually to Z remesh the stuff. Although we're losing a lot of detail, there's actually a way to keep the detail. First of all, I'm gonna duplicate this guy. Z remesh this like at a 9. Adaptive size. I want to retain all of the information, most information like as possible. What adaptive size basically does, it's because it registers that there is some detail in here, it'll make it so that this detail might pop out a bit more and help me update this guy. Well, yeah, as you can see, it didn't do shit. Let's try it with a 50. Yeah, well, alright, I think that the amount of topology I have here is excuse me, feasible. Go this underneath, and like I'm now going to project this on it. So now I have like a tiny bit of detail, but I think like this is good enough to start with. So yeah, so the plan now is work this out, get this into a presentable state, and then like the second bit we have here, I might even change the amount of things he has. I mean, I don't like the blade he has here. There is a concept art piece which has like a huge Sauron mace. That's like a lot cooler and stuff. And also this hand, I don't know if I can do this, but the hand is like super like it's well made for a flesh golem. I'd like to make this hand like super disformed and misformed, like he has a birth defect or something. I think it'll make this guy a lot more creepy. Also the feet, like the feet are like flippers. I don't like that. Yeah, it's like super weird small feet. And you know what I say about small feet? Right, so quickly just subdivide it once. So yeah, first things first, let's like smooth these, well, because this one still has some planar shapes of the like these planar shapes. We want to get this as smooth as possible for the eventual bake of the normal map. So that's why I'm like smoothing all these bits out. And also like looking around the model, how well made it is, because this is like the first time I'm seeing this. And like I did that on purpose, because if I'm like looking at this model before I'm streaming, you'll guys miss out on some like little detail things that I'm doing. And I think actually that's where the 3D secrets are. I mean, everyone knows that you get your topology right, texturing right, and all these other things, but it's like these small things that you do that actually make a difference at the end. Right now I'm just adjusting the feet. I mean, the feet are like horrible. I think I'm just like, nah, maybe inflate them like this. Defining the shoulders, although there isn't much to define on this resolution. I mean, this is quite low res we're looking at. This is still like, I can see the polygons. Later when we're like taking it up a notch, you won't see the polygons as much. Right now I'm just making small changes to its silhouette. As you can see, the feet are already looking better. Making small changes here and there. Nothing too big. Blow out the neck muscles like this. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a good idea, man. The Fawns 13, thumbs up to you. Shout out to my bro, the Fawns 13. Great stuff. Right. Like if I for a second hide this arm, you show like what kind of, like this this curve you see here. I want to retain that curve. That's like sexy. It has something. Yeah, like it should follow. It shouldn't like end abruptly like this. Like this looks weird. If I have it like this, I can like have the curve. It's actually, yeah, I can't mirror it. All right. So yeah, my rule of thumb is actually don't go up in detail unless you can't add more detail. If you do that perfectly every step of the way, your model will look fine. And that's actually like the way to pace yourself in a project like this. I don't think about the detail that's gonna come later. I'm just thinking about, all right, what's working now or what isn't. So think like, okay, now maybe like his ass, move it up a bit. Oh yeah, and slice his arms. Oh, delete. the other subdivisions, because you can't do things like this with subdivisions. Tree on, let's go, man. Slice this. The reason I'm slicing this is because now I can just flip that on and on off. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna mask it because for some reason slice doesn't work in symmetry. So yeah, I have this masked now, just group masked. If people like wondering what's this setup I'm having, this is actually a custom ZBrush thing. Well, with a custom ZBrush thing, I mean you can well, enabling customization here, you can change the configuration of ZBrush and your UI, and that's how I actually made it. So don't think like, oh, my UI isn't like this, why not? It's actually custom made. If you're interested in this UI, you can PM me after this, or like ask Rebel, and I'm sure we can I can send you this. So yeah, I think I'm like okay on this level of detail. Control D this again, and get some definition in its shoulders. I like to use clay buildup at this stage because I think it's one of the most versatile tools. In case you're wondering how I'm switching, how I'm switching like from the clay brush to like the clay buildup, I have this all hotkeyed, and if you're in ZBrush, you like Control Alt click on a brush. It says there that you can like press on a key to make it to assign it. That's how I did it. So yeah, at the beginning this all might seem like super boring, all these small changes. Like, are they really necessary? Why not just go like into this subdivision? Well, you can, but like I can make a lot of strokes like this and get his pectorals in place, but when I smooth it out, you get like all these what do you call it, brush strokes that are still showing. And yeah, I don't like doing that. I mean, you could do this, but a lot of people that I look up to say just stay as low as possible for as long as possible. So yeah, first things first, get the separation in the pectoral, like so. Pectoral goes underneath the deltoid. Like, the deltoid is something that gets connected to the clavicle. If his clavicle is somewhere over here, like this, I think, yeah, like okay, this place is the clavicle. So all his shoulder muscles like is connected to that clavicle and to the scapula. It's located kind of like over here, something like this. Right now I'm just landmarking everything. I didn't take professional anatomy classes, just watched a bunch of tutorials, and also just made sure to do it all, because you can read like 1,000 books about anatomy, but actually getting in ZBrush and sculpting it or drawing it is a whole nother thing. like getting some definition in the trapezium, the deltoid, like so. Like as of now, this kind of looks like a piece of body armor. I could like trace this, but this is just so I know, like, okay, don't forget that's the line where the pectoral starts and ends. We also want like the serratus going like that, and the latissimus dorsi coming up to it, kind of like to the ass, like the butt crack coming. These are also called the wings, I think. Where I'm from, we also call this like wings. So when there are people in the gym, they're like, "Oh man, you have some great wings." Am I going to put nipples on him? Maybe, probably. Maybe like some fucked up nipple or something. So at first I'm just making defining all the muscles where everything is, and later I'm going to make him more like a like an actual flesh monster, because the flesh monster does resemble a human with its silhouette. I mean, it has arms, it has legs, and for biomechanics to work like that, like to support something with arms and legs, the human body is actually a great what do you call it, reference to build upon. So I'm not going to invent my own muscles. I'm just going to make this guy human-like, and later make him more flesh monster-like. Oh, what's happening? Oh, something's happening. Oh, it came back. My pen stopped working for some reason. Well, yeah, let's go one higher. Like, get these things in there. So separation between the two pectorals. Quickly make the neck muscle. Although the amount of fat there is, I don't think you'll be able to see this one. If you're looking this, watching this from YouTube, I'm terribly sorry, but because YouTube is like mostly spam, and you can't really get, you can read answers. I mean questions to answer them. So please, if you have a question that needs to be answered, come to Twitch, and I'm sure I'll be able to see it here. So yeah, like deltoid, something like this. No, not the trapezium, the triceps are over here. Define that. Not necessarily detail it. Like, alright, this goes there, goes here. Trapezium, that in place. I think I think the world agrees that Shivering Isles was one of the best DLCs ever made for a game. I even think that this model is a bit desymmetrized. Like, as you can see, the shoulder muscle isn't as defined here. Well, that should be interesting. I think like I'm going to turn off symmetry very early at this stage to give him like a super asymmetric feel, because at the end this guy is made up of heaps of flesh, and that is something that I want to keep. First impression should be holy shit. I wouldn't want to fuck with him. You should not make it asymmetrical. Why shouldn't I? Could you elaborate? I'm actually curious on why I shouldn't. How tall is this guy? I think a human is like up to his groin or something. The brush that I'm now using is clay tubes, and it's great for defining muscle directions. Like, you can immediately see that, right, this is like the shoulder muscle, it goes like this. But yeah, I could make it asymmetrical later, but starting with it as soon as possible is going to get these subtle changes in, which will make this model more unique. Like at the deltoid, just like, alright, the deltoid's here, the biceps like this, right, the biceps here, make that separation. Now the I want to make sure I'm getting these definitions or these changes in muscle, because that's actually super interesting. Like, you can see the bicep going very deep inside there, like this, going underneath that, like this, like he's just almost popping out of his skin because he's so fleshy. Yeah, super mutant from yeah, I'm actually playing Fallout at the moment in my off times, and maybe I'm like getting influenced by that without knowing. Subliminal messages. Yeah, maybe. Right, so now I want to work like underneath there, but I can't because I can, but it's like super uncomfortable. And because I made the arms in a different poly group, I can simply like move them. I can work here. Is like the best thing. Well, UK Vemsort, why would you be stuck in ZBrush? There are tons of tutorials online. I think it's at the moment like one of the best programs in the industry. All right, so Kepler could be more to the middle, or like bigger, because this guy is huge. I want to kind of like mix the Flash Golem from Shivering Isles, the Gatekeeper, and the Elder Scrolls Online, because I like how more gory it is from the Elder Scrolls Online, but I also like how Gatekeeper like it is in Shivering Isles, because in the Elder Scrolls Online it's just like looks like a basic thing that you'd summon, but in the Shivering Isles it actually looks like someone who's been tasked to protect something. It doesn't look horrifying just for the sake of being horrifying. Well, I think in Elder Scrolls Online it does. That's something I want to keep. So like the trapezium, this over here, and then downwards like that. Luckily I have anatomy references, which is actually something you always, in my opinion, have to keep next to you, just to look. And not to forget, oh, I don't want to make something that's going to be covered up, so like this. I won't spend much time on the belly and stuff. So as you can see, I'm still very low resolution doing stuff. But yet then again, I don't have to go higher. The reason I'm not going higher is because I'll need more strokes to get the same results that I'm doing now. BTSF, I'm aiming to make it better. I hope. I mean, that's what I'm aiming for. Hopefully this will be better than the Skyrim was, because, well, Skyrim is still 2011 and we've made huge leaps in game quality since 2011. I don't even think like Bethesda was ever renowned for its quality of what do you call it, art, more like the huge massive worlds that you could explore. Well, the back looks too flat for me. I think I'll make the separation of the spine that get through to his ass. Add some silhouette changes. I've worked on the what other models have you worked on? Will you work on in Skyblivion? I think the Lich is next because I like that one a lot. I always wanted to make something skeleton-like. I have worked on the Goblin. That one is finished. Just some minor changes to make it fit more with the lore. So I'm not sure if I can show that one. But yeah, I've worked on the Goblin. That one is almost finished. And I'm planning to do a lot more than the Goblin. Yeah, mostly I'll hop from one material to another material just to keep my eyes fresh, because looking at a gray hunk for some time can make you blind, because you won't see the differences as much. And so because I have subdivisions now, and if I want to make his chest broader, I'll like go to the first subdivision, make his chest a tiny bit broader, like that. Make some adjustments. Oh yeah, like doing this will make him look more like a supermodel, give him more like a figure. But I don't want to make him beautiful. Let's just play with this things a bit. So now Well, actually, I'm like masking this, softening the mask, rotating just a tiny bit outwards will make him look more strong, like so. Excuse me. The Flash Astronaut jump kick animation. I'm not in charge of the animations, but maybe he'll know karate. Maybe. Alright, so now that I have his upper body kind of defined, like so, it's alright. Damien standards over there, over here, some random lines. Like that. Actually should get more practice on anatomy on the backs. Yeah, that wouldn't hurt anyone. As you can see, I'm just like making changes, like drawing this for instance and drawing around that to make these muscles pop out more. And again, I'm not trying to get this like super perfect anatomy wise, just like suggestions, like there once was a piece of muscle there, kind of like this. Getting the gluteus maximus in there. BTSF, where'd you study? I studied in Utrecht. There was a school. There is a school here that I went to. Like a great school for beginners because they teach you the basics. And that's the only thing they'll teach you, like the basics, and you'll have to discover for your own what you can accomplish. And I have a lot of friends who said like, oh no, that's not bad, they should teach you everything. But I think to like succeed in the market, you have to take steps into your own hands and be good, get better because you put time and effort to get better, not because you got assigned a lot of projects. You have to want it. No one can give this to you. So now let's just define the leg muscles a bit. First, I'll just zoom in to the leg muscle in my references and work from there. Always like adjust these small things with the move brush, downwards, inwards, upwards. I knew you were Dutch. Yeah, man, it's hard to lose the Dutch accent. Because in Netherlands we always talk like this, and people always see I'm a Dutch. I try to lose that. I have a friend who does like a Russian accent like this, so his Dutch accent isn't as noticeable. It works for him, but I'm trying to get. I'm not really trying hard to Trying not to change myself. So let's get that ass in there. And again, this doesn't look right, but I'm not going to make it look right. Right now it kind of looks like the Hulk, like the Hulk's little brother who isn't mad enough. So yeah, what I mostly do is just like with the Damien standard brush, just like draw in the muscles like where they could be, should be, not could be, should be. Like, okay, the leg muscle is like something like this. Like this comes from here. I'm sorry, I'm just sometimes taking a break to read chat and answer questions that might need some answering. Cut this through the middle. I haven't worked on legs in a really long time. We have to say that. I might be rusty on these parts. Although I have reference, it should take longer because of that. Again, the back of the legs, like the insides of this, no one's gonna see that in game unless you killed this thing and like dissecting how it was made. Then yeah. All right, so let's get the knee in there, like something like that. Right. Right, that's the knee. And I think there's like a lot of things going on the leg. Because, yeah, like the strongest muscles in your body are like on your leg. So, and this guy being so big and having a huge torso, we have to kind of like make his legs super buff. As well, it wouldn't be save first, never forget to save. Wouldn't be really feasible to if we gave him legs like this and very big feet. All right, guys, this is the new Gatekeeper. This is the new Gatekeeper. I'm sorry about all your suggestions, but this is how I'm going to do it. No, just kidding. Revert this back. Yeah, like that. Maybe for a very stupid mod in the future, give everything super weird proportions. Yeah, that'd be great. The legs. When I first started like sculpting, my biggest fear were the arms, and then when I put time into the arms, I saw how shit the rest was. So then it became like the hands, and after the hands it was like the torso, after the torso it was the head. So yeah, you're always working on things, and because one thing gets better, in comparison the other things look shit, so you want other things to be better again, and then you kind of put yourself in a loop where nothing is ever okay. Well, for the sake of these legs, I think I'm going to get some more reference images for the legs. I wouldn't want to disappoint the viewers by making shitty legs. Anatomy. Legs. Quickly looking through. Oh yeah, I got one. That one is fine. This one could help. Yeah, well, these for the feet will be enough for the feet. One more image. Yeah, alright. That should be enough. Alright, now just very roughly just getting these main shapes in position. The left I'm using as a reference is actually the guy who made the flesh golem in Elder Scrolls Online. He put it on ArtStation, and that's where I got it from. Do you prefer ZBrush to Maya? Well, Maya and ZBrush are like apples and oranges, man. Maya can't do this, and ZBrush can't do Maya things. They go hand in hand together, though, and it's how I use them. But if I have to pick, I'd pick ZBrush because there are other programs like Maya. There is Mudbox for to replace ZBrush, but yeah, I don't like Mudbox. Why is his butt so small? Want a fatter butt? Bam! Ooh, get that ass. This is the Gatekeeper in 2017. Now his butt is small because of the amount of muscle that's there and the low amount of fat. Yeah, Gate Kardashian. Let's do that, man. Next mod, the Gatekeeper is Kim Kardashian and you're Kanye West. You're like a gay fish and you have to tame the hobbit. Alright, so now I'm just making sure that get like this difference in here. I don't know why, but like mostly there's a depression around here, like that. From the I don't know what the like the leg has so many muscles. I don't know what the leg muscles are named. I'm sure you could look them up. You shouldn't listen to me for the names or even anatomy. They're like so much. No, too much maybe. Oh shit, the belly does look like a face. This is someone's face. Here is a beard. Yeah man, I didn't even spot that. Cool stuff. Fuck your face. Gone now. Well, I do encourage you to spot the next face. Go ahead. All right. I'm intentionally neglecting the face now because it's not as important. The body first, then the face and stuff next. Well, okay, I'll give him a smiley face. I'm sometimes looking up in chats, and if you're lucky and I'll see your stuff. And if I see you message something, well then, you're in luck. It looks pretty creepy actually. Quick save again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna redo the toes. Well, redoing the toes now is actually pretty hard because I mean, look at them, like pimples. Doesn't have enough topology. A huge nightmare. Let me think. So now I have a problem. Like, this guy has fucked up toes, but I can't unfuck the toes because well, the topology doesn't support it. I can try, but I'd have to go unreasonably high in poly count to do that. Although ZBrush is made to handle super high poly counts, I'd rather not go unnecessarily high and find a different solution for my problem. Alright, so let me think. How am I going to fix this? Later. I'm going to fix it later. Alright, so let's define the kuit muscles. I don't know what's it called in Latin or English, but it's the kuit in Dutch. Get the separation in there, remake the separation. Like that. Oh yeah, right, the calves. The calves. Thanks, Twitch. So now we have almost everything defined, except the feet, the head, and even like the triceps. Just give him some love. Mechanics for feet. Maybe I can change his feet a lot. Well, it is actually character breaking. Well, his whole body being fucked up. Not yet, but it'll be fucked up. And his feet being pristine. Like, maybe. Oh yeah. So I think we should break his feet up a little bit. Well, now that we are actually so far ahead, I just quick saved, and if we go to the beginning, it all began with a star, far, far away, and then we imported the model like this. Did a lot of explaining. Progressed through the body. Did a shit ton of improvements, defining everything, moving. And now we're here. Alright, just kind of like in a place where I want it to be. I still want to fix the feet because before I continue to something else. Is the spider Daedra a creature you would like to work on? Yeah, sure. I'd like to make a creepy spider with fur and hair on it. And something like a witch with super saggy tits on the spider. I don't think anyone would like to see her in game. Of course, they'd like to see her, but not as an encounter. Alright, so now we have the face. Face is scary enough. Yeah, so the feet are actually a huge problem because I don't like the feet. You know what? I'm just going to duplicate this. Like, let's curve it from here. Delete lower. Slice that shit. Blitz hidden, and just dynamesh this. Oh shit! I totally forgot. It's time for a toilet break. I'll be back in like a half a minute. Yeah, I'm back. So, where were we? The feet. Well, what I basically did here is I duplicated the whole body, delete the lower subdivisions, like deleted these, so this one doesn't have that anymore. And now I can work on this from Dynamesh. Dynamesh is gives you more flexibility while modeling instead of what I was doing just now. Because with Dynamesh, if I have super fucked up geometry like this, I can just Dynamesh it and it'll give me straight geometry. So now I'm just going to work on the feet, give this guy proper feet. Cut off his toes. Toes aren't important as of now. Like so. Yep. Goodbye, Sloth HD. Nice. Thanks for tuning in, man. Have a good one. Alright guys, again, if you're watching this from YouTube and you have some question and just keep spamming chat, I strongly advise to ask the question in Twitch, because I have Twitch stream open and not YouTube stream. Terribly sorry, because, well, I don't have that many eyes. I only have 3. Do you have any modding tips? Modeling tips. Let me think. Make sure to keep everything as clean as possible. Most of the time when I see a beginner start to model, they disregard topology. But topology is actually kind of like your history. If you oh, the music, yeah, well, I'll change the music later. But if you have like very clean and good topology, you can easily go back and make changes. But if you working with very horrible topology, you'll have a very destructive workflow, whereas you can't go back mid-process to change something because you've already committed to that topology. What I'm saying now might seem like, what the fuck are you talking about? But later, when you get more experience with modeling, you'll know what I'm talking about. So keep the clean topology. It doesn't hurt anyone. It's only a boon. Yeah, that's my greatest tip, I'd say. Yeah, that's also a thing. Start small, work your way up. In the beginning, you saw me. Do you work for a higher mate? Depends, mate. Depends on the job and how much it pays, and if I have time. But yeah, start small. In the beginning, I started from very simple topology, made changes there, and only went up if I felt the need to go up. Never forced myself to go up. I actually graduated 2 days ago. Before that, I had some internships at some companies, but never did professional work for pay. Although my internship was paid by the company in the Netherlands. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the congratulations. Do I model full time? I kind of do. I try to get as much portfolio work as possible. I always try to do as much as possible, so have a lot of things to show on portfolio. I mean, that's also like very important because, yeah, well, I graduated. I have a diploma, but most people don't care about the diploma. They're like, okay, fine. Show us your portfolio now. When the teacher asked me, all right, Hakan, now that you graduated, what are you going to do? And I was like, well, I'm going to go home, I'm going to put my diploma on the desk, and I'm going to work on my portfolio. That's what I'm going to do. Emma, depends on a studio actually, and then how far it is. I mean, yeah, sure. Yes, I am interested. Are you going to model the... Oh, wait. Let me see how many questions. Are there creatures in Skyblivion that you're looking forward to working on? Yeah, the Lich is one of them. I'm planning to do that one after this. Will you be showing us the final product in game as today's stream? No, today I probably won't get finished. I think like the high poly will get okay today. What about remotely? Well, it really depends on where the company is and how much the pay is, because I've never seriously thought about working remotely because there have been plenty job opportunities, excuse me, here in the Netherlands. How long does it usually take to make an enemy? Depends on the enemy. I mean, the goblin was finished in 2 or 3 days because, well, the goblin is small, and because there are numerous goblins, it doesn't have to be, the quality of the work doesn't have to be as high as it is with the Gatekeeper, because, well, there's only one Gatekeeper. So kind of like the bosses, every boss in a game is always better produced than the other NPCs, because people are going to remember the bosses. So why did you, the reason I cut the rest of the body off is because the topology on the toes here, I do have the rest of the body, it's on another subtool here, but the topology on the feet are just mangled and fucked up, and I can't do anything with that. So what I'm going to do now is model them here separately and then merge them somehow. Let's see. Do you know MSK? Never heard of them. The necrophilia lady? What is that? I mean, I understand a male being a necrophile, but a lady? Like, how can you like make love to a dead penis? I understand a male is, well, let's not get into that. I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. So yeah, the feet now. Now let's just make these toes like right. Make a toe here, one here. Adjust it a bit. This one is a bit too much to the sides for me. I actually don't even have an idea on when I'm gonna finish the stream. My producer told me like do it as long as you want, but yeah, I'll consider. I mean, I don't want to like cut off the stream and be like, all right guys, goodbye. I'm gonna try to show you something today that'll that I can show on the next stream. Like, okay guys, we were here, we finished this process, and now we're going to do this. And not like, all right guys, the process last week was high poly, and we're still on the high poly. It's not it's not something I'm planning. All right, now we have the feet. So this model was once the original Oblivion model. Yeah, because it uses the same skeleton. Because it uses the same skeleton, we'll try not to change it as much, or else the animations will look super weird and stuff. Oh yeah, right, the music. Let me just pull the music upwards. Yeah, all right. Sobin Gregson. I'm actually trying to find a way. Well, I have my art station. If you can PM me on ArtStation. Well, let me just link my ArtStation in chat. So like, that's my ArtStation. Oh yeah, you can also catch a glimpse of the Skyblivion goblin. But there, that's like a first pass I did. So yeah, the toes. What I'm gonna do with the toes is I'm gonna make a separate toe, and then I'm gonna duplicate it 5 times to get some nice toes. The feet are actually taking too long, right? Let's speed up. Feel free to show it on stream. Do you want? Should I show my guys? Do you want to see my art station on stream? I don't want to force anything on people. I mean, if you're just here to watch Skyblivion, so then you should. Oh shit! What did I just do? Wait, I'll show it as soon as I fix this, because I somehow made everything into a brush, and now you're going to see me do some damage control. Oh shit. Interesting. Got him. All right. So my art station. So yeah, this is my art station. I have like a lot of things on here. This in particular is something that you'll be that you guys will be interested in. Like this guy is the full screen. Yeah, this guy is the kind of like the goblin that we've done for Oblivion. Yeah, he doesn't have claws yet, but I did some claws, and as I said, it's not finished yet. This will be done in about a week or something. This one is like this is actually a head I made for a personal project. These boots were also for the personal project. Nothing special. Some Middle Eastern style-ish boots. Well, we've actually been thinking about what do you call it, Easter eggs, and if you guys have some suggestions for Easter eggs, I'd love to hear those. I did like some orcs. These were then for other projects. Yeah, well, I'm sure you guys will look at it when the stream's over. I don't like gloating about stuff I made or something. I like showing them off. So yeah, the feet. I mean the toes. Yeah, I do texture myself. I use Substance Painter to texture, and I made a pipeline for myself to texture everything exactly how I want it. So now we got this toe. This might not look like a toe, but this is just to get a shape of the toe. Because the toe is also like going upwards tiny bit. Seems like you put a lot of muscle definition into model. Didn't you say that you didn't want that? That's exactly what I said, but now that I have this, I can always like Right, I don't want that much muscle definition. I'm just gonna move over it, and as like this, like you can, it's easier to take away muscle definition than add into it. So I usually start by having the muscles very defined, and then I can choose how much muscle definition I want and how much I don't want. Right, so now with the toe, you can see if I press A, it changes into a small cucumber, which I then can use to make the toe out of, like make the adaptive skin. Delete this, insert what I just made. Bam, there we have it. Ooh, this is actually my favorite theme from Skyrim. I love this music. Like, that's something also super memorable about Skyrim. Like, the music is always super well done. And although first impressions about the art might look like this is super cool, but eventually the music is what sticks around. I mean, I'm sure you guys can relate that sometimes you get goosebumps when hearing like the super amazing Skyrim sound. Yeah, man. Pickle Rick. Sunday, it's the new Rick and Morty episodes. Looking forward to those. Again, just as the body, just go as low as possible, get these silhouettes as great as possible, and then I can add some detail, because now I'm not seeing a lot, I'm just seeing silhouette, and that's what's super important. Like this. Yeah, again, this other one is blocking my view, so let's just not slice it, but hide it. And again, like, press 9 to quick save. Come on, alright. Then from this view I can adjust the feet again, because I know where the toe is. Do I have references? Yes. Let me just show the reference image that I'm reference images that I'm using for this project. I have some sculpts from the original Elder Scrolls Online game, where this guy made the flesh golem. Some concept art from the Shivering Isles. Some other guy who made these. I mean, this guy looks super cool, but I don't think like, what do you call it? I don't think the silhouette matches the skeleton, so it's a shame that we can't reproduce this one. But yeah, this is like the arm that I was talking about. I think that I'll add something like this, like a huge Sauron mace. Also, this guy is super awesome. Like, these could all be variations of this Gatekeeper at the end. And these are some bong ass helmets. Super awesome things, man. Just deciding which one I should pick or like combine them. And these are my anatomy references, like only the ones I need. Yeah, well, these are my reference images that I look at when I'm working on most projects. Yeah, I mean, never gonna. I can't never. Yeah, I think a giant blade would look better on the Gatekeeper, but I guess I can just replace it later during the quest. Yeah, exactly. If we go back to the to the full game model, we can see that this guy has a blade, and because there is this abrupt cutoff, we can just keep this part, like this part, and just change the melee weapon. I mean, that's not a problem. This could be a mace, this could be some other blade or something else, or just like a super thin rapier or something like that. That shouldn't be a problem. So yeah, back to the toe game. I'm hoping you guys have a foot fetish, because this could take a while. Alright, so now I think I can duplicate this bad boy. Duplicate, and as you can see, alright, we got another toe. Still, it's slightly inwards because it is smaller than the rest. Like that. Oh, you guys are awesome. I already have my dick out. The second toe is bigger than the first one. Sometimes it's longer, but I wouldn't say it's thicker. And scaling it mostly makes it less thick instead of the length, because the length I could just go back, move, and like, oop, right, longer now. But thanks for the heads up. Almost forgot that. Will you make him more asymmetrical than the original? Yes, definitely. I think I'll make like huge bulges filled with flesh on his back that are like waiting to pop out. Yeah, definitely like that. And maybe like super infected, pus-filled wounds that are like disgusting pieces of meat just hanging out. Definitely. Well, now it's like, although, yeah, kind of like Bigfoot toes. The reason that's because his foot is like bulging, like a triangle outwards. Let's make it more. Alright, so now that we have this, let's merge them, all the toes. Will we have to wait for next Saturday for the next of this? That's actually something I was thinking about. Do I want to make this a weekly thing or like a twice per week thing? What would you guys want? Like, of course, eventually I'm gonna do what best fits my schedule, but it would be nice to hear what you guys think. Yeah, well, doing this once a week doesn't mean that like creature production for Skyblivion is on a halt until Saturday. It just means it won't get streamed. Doesn't necessarily mean like we won't do shit. Group, no, not group split. Other groups, yes. So now that I have this, that's my toe. Onwards, merge this down. All right. Now we have the toes in place. Again, the toes aren't something that I'm too concerned about. I mean, how often do you see feet in a game? Merge this down. All right, so now we can like dynamesh it again, and this connects it. As you can see, like we have these weird connections here and there. So moving right now, if I make adjustments, I can see what the other toe is at, so I can just mask this, invert mask, and if I turn it now, you can see where my toe game's at, and now it doesn't have this weird connection between them. All right, so fixing the small problems we got when merging these stuff. Also like inflating here and there, make them a tiny bit bigger. Again, I was talking earlier about how what do you call it, compared to other parts that you spend a lot of time on, things eventually start to lag behind, and I think that's where my toe game's at now. Oh shit. Huge feet. Tone the feet back a bit. Holy shit. Those are some huge feet. All right, if we put perspective on it, this is orthographic now, so it looks like what the fuck. But if you put perspective on it, it looks okay. Yeah. Feet are okay now, I guess. Although, let me just zoom into my reference. And like make these adjustments on the feet again. Give these toes kind of like a bit more dynamic feeling. I think I'm like going to mask these parts on the toe knobs like that, and move these guys upwards, which gives them kind of like those things, and that's a great start. So make these connections more natural. Yeah, if you're gonna make model like sculpt feet, I advise to actually look at your own feet, because well, you also have feet, and the thing about feet and hands are like, it doesn't matter how muscled you are, you can always like see how well a feet looks like a feet. I mean, of course, if you look something at like a torso or an arm, it will change. It will depend on your physique of how it looks. Well, with feet and hands, it doesn't really. It does a tiny bit, but not a huge way like arms and feet. These all kind of look like small penises. I don't want that. I don't want that. Not again. Alright, so move these guys outwards a bit. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're currently working on the Gatekeeper's feet. The feet need a lot more work. And if you're watching this on YouTube, just make sure to switch on to Twitch, because I have Twitch chat open and not YouTube. Mostly because YouTube chat isn't as productive as Twitch chat. And it's super spammy. Well, Twitch chat is a lot less spammy. Bigfoot feet. Yeah. Making them more flat on the top. I think that actually the feet are done. Not necessarily done, but in a place where the body also is. So yeah, now we get this beautiful face. Should we start on the face, guys, or like continue defining the rest of the body? The face, yeah, it's a very terrifying face. We'll have to make it less terrifying. Again, let's get the face to some place where so it's like on the same level as the what do you call it, the body. Let's start with that. Get the eye holes in. I actually don't even know what I'm gonna do with the face yet. Let me just quickly take my vest off. All right. So I think with the face I'm gonna do the same thing with the what I did with the feet. Separate it, dynamish it, and work from there, because this doesn't really give me a whole lot of topology to work with. Oh wait, in artifacts. Don't want that kind of shenanigans. Yeah. Alright, bulge this more out maybe? Yeah. I can see this guy having like huge chains for arms. All right. Let's see. Well, now because the feet aren't so important on this guy, I can mask him. Put him here. And if you're wondering how that looks, it looks exactly like this, how you want it to look. I did this because, well, now I can flip on that feet and you won't see the other feet on there. Right, guys, I'm liking this. Yeah, so his ass is also something that needs a little bit more work, and also the general muscle definitions, getting this thing to bulge upwards like that with the Damien standard brush, giving these definitions more shape. Like that. So yeah, the head. I think the first Gatekeeper shouldn't have a helmet. I agree. I think I'm gonna well, making a face now will make it better for the project leader, because we can always add a helmet onto an existing face. But once we get rid of the helmet and we don't have a face, well, then we don't really have what do you call it? I forgot the word, like something there to use. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh shit! What if I give him like a skeleton face, just a skull? And he has like different kinds of faces just like sewn onto his skull and like clamped on the back of his head. Like if I give this is like a skull and all his muscles are attached to the skull, and we have like different faces of other people. Like one of them isn't even on the middle, like a skin over here, skin over here, and like skin over here, and behind this is like skull, and these were all like tied from the back, and you have this like huge knot of intestines or something, and here we have like super pus filled oozes, like a guy jacked up on steroids, like putting silicone in his muscles, and like pus oozes out of them, like small maggots are crawling around his body. He's like waiting to fall apart and hoping to die, but he can't because he's like in power of a necromancer. Right, I think I know We got this, man. We got this, guys. Mr. Meeseeks face. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me. All right, so let's skeleton face this guy. Yeah, man. Inspiration strikes. You like hit. You get hit by a lightning bolt of inspiration. So let's do skulls. Yes. Excellent. But first, I have to think like, how am I going to do that? He's gonna be beautiful. Yes, Michael. A5. See. How can we do that while keeping the integrity of the topology? I think we have to like remove this head because it's going to be well, actually no, we can just sculpt it from here, and if it doesn't work well, then tough shit, I'll just have to do it again. But first I have to get some reference for the skull then. Well, I'll actually show you guys my my anatomy. Oh, this is OBS. Show you guys my anatomy folder, and please see. Look. All right, one is fine. This okay-ish. Could help. Could help. Will help. That one is my favorite. I'll show the references I picked later. Yeah, this is my anatomy folder. Just anatomy, guys. Nothing else. More skulls. Yeah, I sometimes get carried away. You catch my drift. I'll when I pick these skeletons, I'll make sure to show them in the reference folder so you guys know what I picked. Okay, these are super little pictograms. Skeletons. I mean skulls. Well, I could be like doing a week. Well, let's actually like go to this Sky. Oh, I don't want you. Oh, never mind. It's also yeah. Okay. The creatures. Skeleton. Ah, this one doesn't have the FBX. I could just pick out from the skeleton of the existing one. But yeah, let's make a skull. Oh, skulls! How convenient. Oh shit. Alright guys, These two were enough. Get back to my anatomy references. So what I picked, like this one, I mean, this is just perfect from every angle possible. You can see how the skull is shaped. This looks like a monkey with hair, like, woo, like, woo. Funny. More images. Yeah, this is great. These are like sculpts from other people. What program am I using to view the references? I'm PureRef. That's the program I use, PureRef. Right. Time to make the skull. So the first things first, let's get the shape. Well, let's isolate this guy. Group visible, there you are. Alright, so I have to somehow turn this thing here into a skull while retaining the muscle connections onto the skull. Excuse me. Yeah. Do it. Oh, hey, the feet. Quick save again. Eventually I think I do have to separate the jaw from the actual head. Yeah, I'm not going to connect every muscle, but just like the sternocleidomastoidus is like an important one, the trapezium, and like a few bits there and like a few there. I mean, with some reference, I'm sure we can. Alright. Still see the skulls. Thanks for the heads up. Well, didn't do any changes. It's like poly grouped that one. Yes, you were meant to be seeing just the skulls. It wasn't a mistake by my part. I can assure you of it. Get the huge skull eyes. Yeah. This needs to be separated. Well. This has to go. Holy shit. This could also work, like maybe his mouth starts here. But that's already been done. I remember a piece where someone already did that. So with a skull. Rounds up here. Although the distortion is super noticeable here, I don't think that should be a problem, since what do you call it? The lower jaw is going to hide. That's the word I'm looking for. Going to hide and mask over it, so you won't see. Program. The program is called ZBrush. Nose hole in there. Again, let's separate that. Next, make these adjustments go inwards a bit. Again, this is like super ugly, and I'm just making sure that everything is in the right place, not necessarily already perfectly sculpted. That's something that we can do later. Alright, so the trapezium connects to kind of like this, so we need the separation there. Excuse me. So, like that. Oh yeah, this is looking way... Oh shit, we still have the feet. Great. This is the new Gatekeeper, guys. Alright, so let's continue with the skull. Let's see. Well, the skull actually has like I think this bone is called like the zygomatic arc or something, and there is like a we call it like a bridge going over there, and the jaw muscle connects downwards from that bridge to the bridge, like going from here and coming out of there like that. And that's something that is impossible to do while retaining the subdivisions. So I have to find a way to make sure. I actually want to separate the head from this whole mesh, because, well, this is like done. That's good. That can stay like that. Make some few quick adjustments to the silhouette. Inwards, upwards. You should like be tucked there. The feet can stay like that. Get some more definition, not necessarily definition, but get curves on the leg going. All right. I'm starting to have, starting to doubt it, if I should keep this on there. Well, fuck it. Duplicate Delete the hidden, delete the lower. Dynamish this again. Oh, okay, higher resolution. All right. Like that. Doll is a bit small. Maybe. Let's see how it looks if we scale it upwards a bit. Yeah, like scaling it slightly upwards. Yeah. It's a better result. Thanks for the Resalon. Thanks for the quick adjustments. So let's hide this so we can still see that underneath. And again, I'm not too concerned about how messy this model is. Because at the end, I'm going to retopologize this anyway. But that's something for next week, I think. Right, so the head. This is the place where I was just talking about, like there's a bridge somehow. So to achieve that effect, I'm just quickly going to delete, brush that away, like brush the part underneath, like as if the bone was never there. And now what I'm going to do is up the resolution a bit. Have you worked on any video games instead of mods? Yes, I worked on Horizon Zero Dawn, a PS4 game that was released in March, I think. That's like the only professional title I worked on. Yes, so now yes, it was a very fun project. Alright, so now just hide the rest. We can rotate this, make something like a curve, and now if you connect that there, like that, excuse me, you work. I made the holograms, a lot of holograms, and I did not model people. They had other guys that were better better in modeling people than I was back then, because I was an intern there, so nothing major was appointed to me, which I understood. But I was mainly a concept artist there, making like briefs, things that are going to be modeled in game, but I was just designing them. Nothing huge. Would it be possible to get permission to 3D print a high poly version of one or more of your models for painting for my miniature collection? No problem, man. you can like you can PM me from ArtStation or something, and I'm sure I'll make sure to send it to you. I'd love to see one of my works get 3D printed actually. So again, the skull. Fucking skulls. Is it difficult making sure you can stay faithful to the Oblivion art style? I'm not sure if, of course, Oblivion surely does have an art style, but I'm not sure that art style was truly what they wanted at the time because of the technological limitations that they had. I mean, I'm sure Oblivion would have looked design-wise a lot different then. I mean, now, if it was made now because of the amount of technical limitations they had then. So I don't think it will be super difficult to keep to the art style of Oblivion. I'm just gonna make something that looks super cool, and I think the designers of Oblivion also did that. Can you show us something you made in Horizon? I do have some things on my computer, but they're still under NDA. I'm not allowed to show them. Excuse me, sorry. How long are they under NDA for? Well, as long as I ask permission to post them, but I never got around to ask permission because it's not really something. Of course, I'd love to work on a big project like that, but not as a not as a concept artist. I'd much rather work on a big project as a character artist, or like a 3D generalist. It's what I'd like to do. It's also why I always have post 3D on my ArtStation, because that's kind of like the work that I want to get hired for. If I have some 2D stuff and people ask me like, "Hey man, we like your 2D stuff. Would you like to come work for us as a 2D guy?" And I'm like, "Nah, man, I don't do that stuff." What tablet do you use? I use a Cintiq 24-inch. I think this one's 24-inch. I rarely model skulls, mostly do faces, so this is going slower than I thought. I always have to like go back and revision and look at my reference again. Make sure everything is correct. Make sure nothing is super out of place. Do you plan on adding a jaw? Yes, yes, I do. Making the jaw a separate piece is will make it look more realistic, I think, because the jaw in real life is also a is detachable from your skull. All right, let's continue. Like working on the nose. Skulls, man. Never really put time in skulls. I should. But also, it's not a huge mistake if it's not 100% correct. It's something I'd like to aim for, like it being 100% correct. But it's also like it shouldn't take up a lot of my time. Because although I work for a modding community and it's not as professional, it's still something I want to treat professionally. Do you plan to add jaw muscles? Depends on how the face will be covered in skin. When will Skyblivion be available? I'll pass that question. What tips would you give for someone who wants to start doing 3D artwork? Like what software, and should you start with basics or maybe make something with a guide or learn stuff that way? I'd start with something like Maya or 3ds Max, and of course watching tutorials is also a boon. I'd recommend actually to watch a lot of tutorials and just make really simple stuff, just like guns, bullets, ammo, artillery pieces or something like that, and then later get familiar with ZBrush and just start fucking in ZBrush. That's what I'd say to a aspiring 3D artist. Did you ever had a thought of to gather a team of people and make a nice indie title? I'm actually making a game with a friend of mine. It's still very early in the works, but that's also something I'm working on. It's actually going to be a strategy game and nothing huge. Well, the strategy game is going to be huge. But it's there won't be super huge, well done, great detailed characters as well, because it's a strategy game. It doesn't need to be a lot of detail because you're most of the time in top-down view. Yeah, so now this is kind of like a gray area where, like, okay, I have the skull like this. But when and where, like the muscles are gonna get attached. I have a student version of Max though. You should use Max, man. You should really use Max. I'm not familiar with Blender, but I don't I haven't seen a place that uses Blender as its maybe some indie titles do because Blender is free, but I'd strongly recommend to use Max because, well, for me learning the 3D program is the easiest part of 3D modeling, because opening a book with a tutorial on it or just watching a few YouTube videos will do the job. I mean, you'll surely get familiar with Max or Blender, but actually doing the 3D work thing and what methods to use when is actually more important than learning the program. I mean, if you get hired while using Max by a company that uses Maya, but you showed them that you know how 3D works and you know the integral parts of 3D, then they'll give you a chance to learn Maya. And already coming out of 3ds Max and knowing what you want to do, it's a lot easier to find that kind of stuff by googling it. For instance, like how to extrude in Maya like in Max. Those are like things that can easily be learned. Add some metal staples to join the muscles and the bone. That's for later. Right now, just get the base in there. Not if I go into detail now, and I want to make some changes to its head, well then I have to get rid of the detail because, well, working around the detail is just making things harder, and that's why I haven't added like super big changes or details, as I should say. Right, so adjust the head a bit. Let's turn the head back on. Maybe he should like look upwards a bit so his jaw muscle, like the top of his jaw, is aligned with the world. So he always looks forward, which makes it easier for the animators to animate. I'm not even sure we do have animators. Yeah, the jaw should be yes. I think the jaw will be slightly wonky, like he has a broken jaw or something. Right now I'm just softening the mask at the back of his head, because the back of his head does need to contort with the head. Like so. Yeah. So now the skull looks forward. I could even actually make like some like Daedric threads, black gooey threads, like touching it, like Venom from Spider-Man or something. Maybe something like that. But yeah, now let's get the lower part of the jaw in there. How do you feel about sci-fi and cyberpunk art style? Ooh, I feel like these are things that we should discuss in private, because I kind of get a feeling what you wanna ask me and why you're asking me that. No offense though, I'd love to speak with you. Maybe a tongue ripped in half, then stitched back together lopsided. That yeah, the idea is fine, but I mean, the reason you have a tongue is to speak and to taste things, and while this thing doesn't eat and doesn't speak, it doesn't have a reason to have a tongue. But I appreciate the ideas though. I think like giving it a tongue will make it look a lot like other things. Get that nose bone. Again, these are just basic shapes. I'm nothing is too detailed as of now. Again, every time I zoom out, I forget about those small feet, and I see them again, and I realize where I'm at. Oh, not those feet. These feet. Do you do the coloring on the models or two, or just the modeling? I do the texture also. I also do the textures. I could actually show you guys how I texture. If you'd like to see, I can open the goblin from Skyblivion, how I textured that one. I can give a small run through. You guys interested in that? Right, let's open Substance Painter so I can show you guys how I work my magic. Goblin. Alright, so to start off, this is Substance Painter. While it's loading, I'm gonna give a quick run through about the program. The special thing about Substance Painter is it paints in all maps. Usually when you have a character in game, you give it a diffuse map for its color, a specular map for the reflectivity of its skin on certain places, and a ton of other maps that are like too technical for the average viewer. And the thing with Substance Painter is it can paint on all those layers. That's what really distinguishes it from other programs. So yeah, 3ds Max now, not really needed, although I'm going to save this file. Oblivion. Alright, so this is the shaded version in the texturing program. As you can see, this is all like textured, and these are like different the different maps. This is like the diffuse, the base color. This is like the color of the mesh. This is like the height map, like roughness, and roughness means basically how reflective everything is. So metallic map is something that says like, okay, this is metallic. If it's white, then it has a value of 1, which means yes, and if it's black, it has a value of 0, which means no, so it's not metallic, and it will reflect light appropriately. Normal map. Yeah, well, let's like turn all these layers off so you guys know how it all comes together. So basically we start with this thing, and by like adding like all these different layers on it. You'll start to get a you'll start to get like all layers on top of each other to like support, like for instance this is a dirt layer. If I turn this on and off, yes, I do have a different layer for nipples. So yeah, this is the one layer. I don't know what, I mean there are like so many layers. I just forgot which one does what. Skin second. This is like a skin I'll put over the first skin. This is like the base of the skin. Maybe if I turn these off. Right, so this is like the base of the skin, and you'll keep like adding layers on top of layers on top of layers until you get a result that fits your style. And we've got a layer for eyes, and then a whole bunch of layers to like adjust at the end of it. Yeah, like nipple layer. Where's, I think this is the nipple layer. Yes, layer 9. Nipple. Layer 9 is the nipple layer. And again, like we have layers for teeth. For the is this non-PBR? No, this is PBR. And this is like for the fabric there. Yeah, these are like this is how you kind of like texture stuff. At least this is how I do it. And yeah, so I was talking about the roughness map here, and to quickly show how the roughness map defines how reflective your object is. If I like put this at 0, you can see like this guy is like all over it. There's a shit ton of slime on it. But if I put this on 1, it almost doesn't reflect anything. Again, value of 0 is like super glossy. Value of 1 is like super not glossy. So yeah, this was a quick rundown of how I texture stuff. Have you worked on the sprint gun for? No, I haven't started on the sprint gun yet. So now, because skeleton, I think I'm gonna move this one inwards a bit. Again, just making adjustments. No problem. No problem, guys. I love to do the stuff. So yeah, the lower jaw. Now the time has come to make a lower jaw out of a sphere. Let's do the jaw. So that one. All right, first things first, get this in the right position. Scale it so it's actually useful. Alright, start so basically with the move brush, doing all these things, getting the shape in position. Of course, again, looking at my reference, not forgetting the reference, always having the reference in mind, looming behind you. Dynamesh this. Trimming, making it the appropriate shape, more like the shape I want it to be. Pulling it all the way up here. I think it's like this. Yeah. Jaw has a pointy end here. If you actually feel it on your own jaw, you can feel this edge. If you feel on your jaw with your finger, you can feel this, what I'm trying to capture now. Actually pretty interesting. Now by masking this part and just moving it upwards into the correct position like that. Again, just make sure there's something there to work upon. I can make everyone touch their faces with the power of the internet. Alright, so now again, just shaping the lower jaw, keeping your reference in mind. Let me just quickly zoom in on the jawbone reference. Yes, as I thought, I did it wrong. Something like this. Oh yeah, okay. Shouldn't even go through it. Kinda like that. So now what you have to do is you have to imagine like there's teeth here. So this is kind of like the half line for the teeth, and the point of rotation on the jaw is kind of like here. And what I now kind of like do is like rotate it downwards, and I can see that like his jaw can't go down because there's muscle there. So I have to fix something about that. I have to do something about that. So is the jaw going to have some muscle holding it or something? I think yes, just because it's more interesting. quickly blitz through the jaw. Again, all these adjustments I'm making, it's not from my head, it's just looking from looking to the reference, because I'm not experienced in as experienced to do it out of my head with skulls. I'm okay-ish with torsos and arms and stuff, but not yet with skeletons. If it's for a personal project, I'll just do it on top, out of my head. But if it's client work or something, I will always have a reference, just in case. Are you using a tablet or a mouse right now? I'm using a mouse right now. No, just kidding, man. I'm using a Cintiq. I wouldn't recommend anyone doing this with a mouse, unless you want some form of carpal tunnel. The reference, yeah. This is the reference I'm using for the skull. These were the ones I used for the body. Mainly these for now, but later this. So yeah, these references. So again, as you can see, I have a lot more work to go. Let's go. What do you have to say about The Witcher 3? I think it's one of the best games ever made. Aesthetic wise and story wise and just everything. But that's just my opinion. And I might be swayed because of how cool the creatures are in the game. Skulls, skulls, skulls. Why does it have to be skulls? I think the jaw is fine, but wait. Yes, you're correct. The jaw is too thick. Again, if people are tuning in, I'm working on the Gatekeeper for Skyblivion now. It's the huge flesh monster protecting the gates of madness, I think, in the Shivering Isles quest. I mean DLC. This guy does have 2 keys on him. I think it was the key of dementia and the key of what was it? Help me, chat. We had the key of dementia and the key of insanity or something. Yes, of mania. Yes, the keys of mania. Making something so somewhere the teeth can go into. And again, just dynamish everything back to normal, apology wise. Oh shit. Mirror and world. No problems. Bob Ross for Game Nerds. This is awesome. Thanks, man. That's a great compliment to get. Being compared to Bob Ross. Although I don't rock a sick fro like he does. if you guys missed the beginning or something on the stream, don't worry. This will be posted later on YouTube, I think. Yeah, it'll be posted on YouTube. Yeah, the skull is getting slowly getting in shape now. How much longer are you going to be streaming? It's past midnight here. Ooh, shit. Sorry, man. I actually don't know when I'm gonna stop. I think if I have something worthwhile to show, I think then I'll stop. But right now, where I am, it's like 6 p.m. Like the perfect time to stream. Maybe not the perfect, because some people are probably going to dinner now. But I don't need food. I have reserves. Well, now there's actually something coming up in texture-wise. I mean, I could continue to like detail this to the fullest, but I also have to like keep in mind that the texture size isn't going to be an infinite size. So texturing this above the texture size will cause I mean, it's not terrible, but it's unnecessary because you won't be able to see details. If you're confused by what I'm saying is, for instance, if I decided to have this on the texture, like this is fine. This is easily showable on the texture, because you have to like 2000 by 2000 texture sheet. This will show just fine, but if I go very super subtle and like do something like that, like draw something like that, that probably won't show in the texture. So that's also something you have to keep in mind. Like, don't over detail it, because you probably won't notice it in the texture anyway. It'll just create noise. That's something a lot of people don't notice. I'm just pausing to read chat sometimes, making sure I don't miss any questions. Yeah, I'm just pausing to look at the reference. Gonna make sure. It matches perfectly. Alright, continue. The lower jaw still looks derpy to me. It looks very derpy. Wonder why. Question. I never did 3D modeling. I want to start this summer, probably even start today with something simple. So all those little lines that you are created when you sculpt or change something, are they going to be visible after texturing, or you have to do something like smoothing and all? Yeah, all these lines, they're just kind of like paint residue. They'll be smoothed out later, like so, just smoothing it out. But they won't be on the texture. When will you add the teeth? Not sure. Not sure when I'll add the teeth. Alright, so the teeth are like going like this, so we need more bone over here. Like that. Why are you modeling his skull? His head isn't a skull. I know that. For what reason are you designing the skull? Okay, so the idea I have for this guy is that because he's like a summoned flesh golem, his head will be kind of like a skull, and he'll have faces of other people sewn onto his head with cords going to the back, so he has like facial masks, several face masks of other people on his head, and behind that you'll see a skull with some muscles attached to it. That's the idea of why I'm modeling the skull, well, sculpting the skull. This is sculpting after all. Yeah, he's kind of like a patchwork construct. Right, so let's look at the whole thing again. Still a bit derpy. Yes, let's keep that for now. Now let's detail his plan for eyes. I don't think I'm gonna give him eyes. Maybe the faces he has sewn onto his head will have eyes. So when you're the player, all those eyes look at you. Alright, before I continue to detail the rest, I have to merge all of these together. So move you up. So like merge down. Quick save. Merge down again. Alright, so now we have this all merged up. Now we can dynamesh it. Great. Alright, I don't want that, all the artifacts over there. I'm actually thinking how to fix that. Have you read the prequel yet? Wondering if you'll put in an Easter egg for the story as it takes place in the same game. No, I haven't read the prequel actually. So things first. Let's move these guys away. For now, move this inwards because I don't want him to merge with the arm, because that's what's going to happen if we dynamesh it. It'll make a connection here. I don't want that. So just I'll just like move it backwards like this. And now if I dynamesh it, it should be fine. Dynamesh, yes. As you can see, minimal artifacts, just minimal. And we still have the, what do you call it, the polygroup. So that's good. Now we can just move it back to where it was. No problems. Alright, these feet can lead it. Alright, this was the thing we had underneath. So this is like from the game itself. Thanks, Night Slash. Hope to see you soon. Are you going to be making all the different arms, torsos, legs, heads? Depends on what's needed. For now, I'm just going to fix everything. Group masks, make everything a group. Inflate these guys so they touch. And dynamesh again. So now I changed the head. Head is now a skull. Now just because we went a bit higher in the dynamesh, we can now define all the muscles a bit better. Again, let me just quickly adjust my reference. Excellent. I think actually this one is almost done for today. I mean, after I've defined the muscles, made everything well, like so. I can make a quick render on it to kind of show where we got at the end. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to tune in on Twitch, because that's where I answer the questions. YouTube can be quite spammy all the time, which makes it hard for me to actually read, let alone answer the questions. Next is next week Saturday on the same time. Same time, same place. Next we'll probably do retopology, just to make it easier to continue sculpting. Again, just going over these muscles with a more fine brush. Like this is clay buildup and this is clay tubes. As you can see, clay tubes is more rough, just to block the shapes in. What is a topology? Topology is, I think, you see the dots here that you can move. That's called topology. Like the lines, the squares, the vertices. That's what you call topology. Actually quite tired of this material. A new one. This one is just fine. Now just smooth the places out where I went over with the dynamic. So without smoothing extremely, you can still see, like, you can see the muscle strands, which gives a nice nice look of just small bits of randomness, which actually helps a lot. Too much here on the ass. I'm just wondering if the process is automatic or manual when polygons are reduced. If you want it to be perfect, you have to do it manually. If you want to have something quick, then you can do it automatically in ZBrush. Alright, so as I said, I don't want it too defined because at the end I'm gonna smooth over it anyway. I have to do something about the feet. I don't like the way the feet is looking. Yeah, the navigation in ZBrush is very different than other programs. Question: will you be stretching the skin over the mouth as it doesn't need to eat or talk? Probably, yeah. Maybe the skin that's being stretched over the head can talk, or like move its mouth, like maybe saying "oh, oh," but you can't hear help. You just see his mouth moving. So let's move this all out again. So now we kind of have something to To start with, maybe the feet could be a bit more pushed inwards. But yeah, the feet do look massive. So now this is it's like this with the Oblivion things on it. I want to change that a lot. I think we can even like go back to the beginning. Is that possible? I think it is. All right. Now we're here. Rikirami, why do you think the trap should be smaller? Like this? They look bigger, yeah, but I'm not trying to redo the original model. It's just there as a base. Maybe they could be like going downwards there. But I kind of like the big traps. It gives the impression that he's super strong. And giving it big traps like this, I can also do a lot with the sewing and stuff. Because I could like cut this in half. Like he's sewn into a bunch of parts. Like this, and here is just super I don't know, like deformed or something. Like this goes all the way over here downwards. And also with the traps being this big, I get this let me quickly I also get this curve here. It's also pretty nice, like this neck muscle going like that gives amplifies the curve going from the torso all the way back here. And again, the curve here is like that. Nothing is abrupt, super like there. And now that I have kind of like this, I can turn off symmetry and just add some effects and just deformations on the muscles here and there, just to like break this symmetry a bit. Nothing too big because for the topology I do need to be a perfect symmetry. Well, not a perfect symmetry, just a big silhouette. Like the arms, I can't do things like that, for instance, because for the retopology I do need it to be similar on both sides. Let's test this with my shading material. So this is how it looks like with light coming from the top, and here you can see that like I missed a few spots because of it. I can quickly adjust those, and now with the light coming like this, I can do it so that it's, I don't know, it just gives a different effect. Like, alright, I want more, want this part to shade the down parts more, so I can just add more there, add more here. The clavicle shows a bit too much for my comfort. Stretch the skin over there a bit more. His app looks like a troll from the cave troll from the Lord of the Rings. Like his eyes are here. Now that I look at it. So guys, this was my tutorial on how to make cave troll apps. You have to do exactly like how I did it, or else you won't get the cave troll app effect. This was a tutorial on on how to make a cave troll app. Thanks for tuning in. No, I'm just kidding. Let's try on different materials. So now we have this boy. Oh, this thick ass. Smooth those out, smooth this out. Oh yeah, the lower jaw. I mean, if I just place the jaw there, you can't take him seriously anymore because he doesn't have any teeth. Let's see. I could add some super very basic teeth made from cylinders. Shouldn't be an issue. I'm not sure if the chains are going to have physics. I'm also not sure if he's going to moan or well, from my understanding, he's going to make noises, but not like he's not going to talk. There you go, guys. This is a scary gatekeeper with 2 teeth. Quickly add a bunch. Again, these teeth aren't super defined. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be making the teeth, because we probably have some teeth from Skyrim or Oblivion that we could reuse. Get that. Yeah, exactly. The teeth doesn't have to be perfect. All right. Oh yeah, because of this chain here. Well, this clipping here from his back isn't a problem because I think I'm going to just make my own fetish wear for him, for this guy. I'm not even sure what this is. Is this metal? Oh yeah, we also have to give him a fucked up hand, but I think it's going to be done later. The later date. Yeah. Move this out. Pose this next to each other. Quickly print screen this. Yeah, I hope it will look terrifying, even though this one isn't sewn up or broken up yet. I think that's going to come in later, next week maybe. Yeah, coming to think of it, I think it must, yeah, that should be done next week, because if I retopologize next week, then I'm kind of like setting myself in stone. I can't make any further changes. But I think next, okay, alright guys, so we have this guy over here. Next week we will make him look fucked up, like we will patch his things together, maybe like show some ripped, torn muscles, things like that. Give him some pus-filled wounds, sew him together, squeeze some parts, actually make him look a lot like, not a lot, but kind of like this. Why is this not working? Kind of like this guy over here, where you can see like he has all this sewn bits, metal pieces coming out. Maybe we'll even hide some keys. Give him like yeah, just really messed up things. So yeah, let's quickly just Skyblivion. Come on, where are you at? Here you at? Gatekeeper. Alright, a second screen. No, not that one. Second screenshot. Alright, so we have this guy. How do you view all of your reference at once like that? It's a program called PureRef. I typed it in chat. Are remeshing and retopology the same thing? I've never heard of remeshing, but I don't think they're the same. If this is the quality throughout the game, I look forward to it. Yeah, I'm hoping that I could get it as nice as possible in game. Yeah, so next week we will fuck him up. We will fuck his left hand up. Coming to think of it, I'm still looking at my reference. Okay. All right. Let's be more professional. We will make him more grotesque. Yeah. Possible retopology. So do his body parts together. All right. Work on his feet. What more? Broaden his legs. Work on his BDSM outfit. See. Yes, creep the left hand, like someone who's had a terrible accident with his left hand and is recovering not so well. Yes, Sauron Mace, that's also something, but I think that's going to be the week after that because yeah, well, actually working on his BDSM outfit will work on his weapon. Gore, and more gore. Yes. What date is it? July 2017. Alright, so these are the things hopefully we'll do next week, and I'll like cross them off one by one. Like this. Yes. So yeah, this was the Saturday stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Mostly I do this work alone in silence with a bit of music, but interacting with you guys was very fun. And hopefully we can do it again next week. Yeah, if you want to reach out to me, ask me some questions with your 3D work, I'll gladly help. You can probably find me on Discord, LinkedIn, ArtStation, or whatever. Just even Twitch, I think. I'm not sure if you can PM in Twitch. But yeah, if you have any questions, just hit me up, and hopefully I'll be here next week, doing this thing all over again. So guys, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next week.